Testing. Okay, great. Mic works. Okay, great. Sorry if there was an echo there. I had to do a sound test. Just to make sure the microphone was working. Okay. Okay, so today is Sunday, the 24th of September, 2023. Time is 13:31. That's 31 minutes past 1 in the afternoon. And I'm ready to continue Final Fantasy X. I have a whole bunch of Final Fantasy guides and walkthroughs that I've collected over the years. Each time I got a game, I'd buy the guide for it. I started doing that from Final Fantasy IX. Unfortunately, I had lent Final Fantasy IX out to one of my brother's friends with the guidebook, and he never gave it back. He would always every time we'd meet, say, hey Pierce, I'll give you that Final Fantasy IX game back to you someday. And he was laughing saying it, so I knew that, from the tone of his voice, he'd never he had no intention of doing that. And then of course every time he'd see me, he'd say the same thing again. So that was annoying. So from that point, from that stage, I was like, okay, I'm never lending games out again. So I had a Final Fantasy VIII guide, but it was unofficial, and it's still in my drawer. So I had all these books, all these Final Fantasy. So I still have the Final Fantasy guides all the way from 10 all the way up to 15, I had them sitting on my shelf for years. So I thought, okay, maybe I should take them out. So I'm just going to load the game. Let us save. So I thought, since the sphere grid thing was kind of a bit complicated, might as well take the guide out and read it, and maybe it'll help explain things better. Okay, so it's it's pure white, the book, and it says Final Fantasy X, the official strategy guide. In the corner it says Squaresoft, and the other corner is Piggyback. So that's the company that made it. On the back it says the 228-page official encyclopedia to Final Fantasy X. The most comprehensive guide ever produced by Piggyback leaves no stone unturned in exploring every facet of the epic Final Fantasy X. These 228 full-colour pages are packed with exclusive artwork, high-resolution screenshots, detailed information, statistics, maps, and more. Detailed secrets to Final Fantasy X with exclusive info from the game's developers. Complete game system with all hidden combat possibilities. In-depth sphere grid and more. We cover all aspects of developing your characters. comprehensive area maps showing all objects to be found, exhaustive minigame tactics, blitzball made easy, entire step-by-step walkthrough as you would expect from Piggyback, all-inclusive information and statistics on monsters, weapons, items and abilities. Okay, so as I turn the page, there is on the very first page there is basically, well, on the second page there's the contents, but on the first page there is like a world map. It looks kind of like Google Earth, but it's of Spira. So there's one big, huge supercontinent. It's like a Pangea, I suppose. So that's the world, and then there's a couple of islands to the south. So I think we're on. I think Besaid is like one of the. I think it's the most southern island. So yeah, that's where we are right now. And then there's like 2 tiny islands to the east. Several more islands to the east, and then a large desert island to the west, and more islands west of that too. So yeah. So we're currently on Besaid Island, which is on the very south of the world. And Zanarkand, where Titus is from, is at the very north part of the world. Okay, so how to play. This chapter is intended as a comprehensive reference guide, providing information on all the possibilities open to you in the world of Final Fantasy X. Quick start. Final Fantasy X is a role-playing game during the course of which you will experience numerous adventures and fight many battles as you travel around its fantastic world. During the course of your journey, your teammates will develop into a formidable party of fighters, provided that you're familiar with the basics of the game. Basic rule: left hand to steer, right hand to confirm. You can use your directional buttons or left analog stick to move your character and to move the cursor within menus. Most actions are triggered by pressing the cross button: examine, open, talk, confirm, etc. Battle. Practice makes perfect. Your characters do battle using a sophisticated system of turns. Just check which options are available to you in any given situation by using your directional buttons to scroll left, right, up or down. Keep an eye on the little info messages which will appear at the top left of the screen. As long as you don't press cross to confirm an action, you can cancel at any time using circle. Triangle allows you to defend yourself, and you can use L1 to switch one of your active battle characters with one on the sidelines. This does not count as a turn. So that's pretty cool. Save spheres. Better safe than sorry. It is advised that you stop if you see any blue glowing spheres. You can press cross to save your game at these save spheres, and even if you use circle to abort the save process, any lost HP and MP will be restored. Equipping yourself between battles. You can use triangle to access the main menu. This allows you to change your equipment, use items or abilities to heal injured members of your party, determine your battle formation, develop characters on the sphere grid, and much more. Developing characters. The sphere grid. You can access the sphere grid from the main menu. There you can invest any AP that you have earned. These could be described as experience points and spheres which you've collected into your character's development. Remember to consider each action carefully to prevent having to backtrack at a later date. Keep your eyes open. Take a look at the top left corner of your screen. You'll see a map and a red arrow pointing you in the right direction. Entrances and exits are marked by green squares, while save spheres are shown in white. You'll also find that the numerous on-screen displays make life a lot easier. Keep your eyes peeled for the useful info messages which will appear at the top of the screen during battles. You may find the tutorials useful as they offer interactive tuition as you play. Don't be too quick to press circle and cancel the tutorial text. The information may come in handy later on. And then there's information on button configuration, menus. So there's the main menu, the sphere grid menu, and the item menu. So the main menu, you can use triangle to access the main menu, and from there you can access all the sub-menus. Sphere grid menu, characters can increase their levels and acquire new skills on the sphere grid. Take a look at the sphere grid section on page 11 to find out more. Item menu, use or sort your equipment, or take a look at the key items which you found during your journey. Ability menu, use a character's special abilities. Overdrive menu, view the overdrive techniques which your characters have mastered and change their overdrive modes. Equip menu, increase your efficiency by changing weapons and armor. Status menu, take a look at your character's attributes and the abilities acquired to date. Aeons menu, everything you need to know about the aeons found to date, as well as their attributes and abilities. Formation menu, vary your battle formation. Customize menu, customize and improve your weapons and armor. Config menu, adapt the game to your requirements. And then there's important terms. So ability, accuracy, agility, AP, which is ability points, armor, auto ability, command ability, CTB window, defense, evasion, gil, HP, hit points, luck, and magic. There's also magic defense, mode and overdrive mode, MP or magic points, next, node, overdrive, S level or sphere level, S level setup, S level up, skill, special attack, sphere, sphere grid, strength, and weapon. Actions. Examining your surroundings. You should always examine your surroundings carefully. Press cross to have your character take a good look around. Any relevant information will be displayed at the bottom of your screen. When looking around a particular area, it may be a good idea to keep pressing cross. That way you don't have to worry about missing anything. Really? Yep, I'm pressing cross. He's not looking around. Okay. But I suppose if you're pressing cross while running around, you could interact with something that is like right there. Yeah, so you can. So actions, you can examine your surroundings. So cross is the action button. So with cross, you can examine your surroundings. You can talk to people. You can save. You can acquire equipment, and you can equip your weapons and armor. The sphere grid. You'll have to develop your characters on the sphere grid. If you're playing Final Fantasy X for the first time, we recommend the standard sphere grid. The more experienced players may prefer the expert sphere grid. During the game, you can only utilize the sphere grid following the events on the salvage ship. Take a look at page 51 in the walkthrough for more details. Well, this isn't my first time playing Final Fantasy X, but I haven't played it in like 20 years, so yeah, might as well go with the standard. Plus it's too late to change now. Okay, so help display. Important information about the currently selected node. Sphere level, the S level, indicates the number of steps you can still take on the sphere grid. Current position shows the node that your character is currently occupying. Current character, this is the character you've selected. Selection, you can decide whether you want to leave or activate nodes. Marking circle, move this cursor if, for example, you want to set a new target for your character. Okay, spheres. You'll need spheres to activate the nodes and unlock the relevant abilities / attributes. If key locks are blocking your way, you'll need the rare key spheres, which allow one of your heroes to penetrate another character's sectors and learn completely new abilities. Spheres can be obtained by defeating or bribing monsters, talking to people, or rummaging around in treasure chests. There are many different types of spheres which have different effects on the grid. So red are ability spheres, fortune spheres for luck, mana spheres for MP, magic and magic defense, power spheres for HP, strength and defense, speed spheres for agility, evasion and accuracy. There are also yellow spheres, which are attribute spheres, to increase your attributes. Black magic spheres, master spheres, skilled spheres, special spheres, and white magic spheres. Then there are black spheres, which are level 1 key spheres, level 2 key spheres, level 3 key spheres, and level 4 key spheres. There are purple spheres as well, which are accuracy, agility, defense, evasion, HP, luck, magic defense, magic, MP, and strength. So these ones increase the stats. Blue spheres, clear spheres. So these allow you to clear nodes that have already been activated. Pale purple spheres are friend, return, teleport, and warp. Cool. Developing characters. First step. Your characters are rewarded with ability points, AP, following victory in battle. Some monsters also leave spheres behind on the battlefield. Ability points increase a character's sphere level. Second step. Go to the main menu and use cross to select the sphere grid menu. Then select a character. Okay, we'll do that now. Okay, so we'll select Titus. Third step. You will now see a close-up of the sphere grid section on which your character is currently located. You can use L2 and R2 to tilt the grid, and you can zoom using select. So There is no select button on the PS5 controller, it's now touchpad. Whoa, that's a lot. Okay. Fourth step, press cross in the new window. Select move to move your character. You will see that accessible nodes are highlighted. You can enter one new field per sphere level, or you can cross 4 activated fields. Press cross to confirm your decision. Fifth step, if you are on or directly beside a node which has yet to be activated, press cross. Now select use in the new window. Another window will open, displaying a list of your spheres. The available spheres are highlighted in white. You can use certain spheres to transform empty nodes fields into activated ones, whereas others can be used to activate non-adjacent nodes. Select a sphere type, press cross to confirm your decision, or circle to cancel. Seventh step, the node field has been activated and your character has learnt a new ability or increased an attribute. You'll now see a small coloured mark next to the field. See the colours on the sphere grid section. Either continue or press triangle to view your character's status. You can use L1 and R1 to switch to other characters, or press circle to return to the main menu. Colours on the sphere grid. At the start of the game, some nodes are not activated and are therefore grey. A node will light up once it has been activated. However, if you switch to another character, the field will be coloured grey again. since it has not yet been activated by the relevant character. Each node has 7 small squares arranged around it. If one of these lights up, you'll be able to see which character has already activated the node in question. The following color code is used to denote the various characters. So blue, light blue for Titus, white for Yuna, red for Orin, blue for Kamari, yellow for Waka, purple for Lulu, and green for Riku. Tips. Rather than hoarding your sphere levels, use them to teach your characters new abilities quickly or to increase their attributes. Save your game before entering the sphere grid. If you happen to make a mistake, you can simply reload your previous game status. A little forward planning always makes sense. Plan your route before you set off so you don't waste AP going back. The overviews from page 14 on will come in useful when planning your route, especially if you're negotiating the expert sphere grid. Nodes and spheres. You'll need spheres to activate nodes as you come across them, even if they've already been activated by a different character. The increase increments will remain the same. However, if the node was originally activated by a purple sphere, the increase will always be 4 attribute points, 300 HP or 40 MP. For example, you'll need a power sphere to activate a HP node. Take a look at the information on the sphere grid pages. You'll see that the increase will always be 200 HP unless the node was originally activated using a purple sphere, in which case the HP will now increase by 300 points. Interesting. So the different types of nodes are H, which is HP. So the nodes that have H's on them increase health. The red sword, the sword ones increase strength. The shield ones increase defense. The M ones increase MP. The red up arrows in the circles increase magic. The blue up arrows inside a shield increases magic defense. The yellow ones that look like a Y on its side are agility. So let's see. So yeah, these are. So yeah, basically. So these ones here, the ones with the H's increase HP. The ones with the swords like this increase strength. The ones with the shields like this one increases defense. The ones with M's on them there's one increase MP. The ones with an up arrow inside a circle increase like this, increase magic. The ones with an up arrow inside a shield increase magic defense, which are these ones. And then these ones increase agility. Then there are these ones which increase evasion. And then you have the target symbol one, which increases accuracy. Be right back. Okay, so that was my dad at the door. He's away again, and he dropped off soup for me. So I'm going to go eat it right now, so it doesn't go cold. So I'll be back in as soon as I'm finished eating. Okay, I'm back. Right. So I've just finished my soup. It was potato and leek. It was delicious. It was homemade too. So yeah. Okay. So yeah. I didn't watch yesterday's movie, Black Panther 2 Wakanda Forever, because I was looking forward to finishing Final Fantasy 9 and starting Final Fantasy 10. So I will have to watch it tonight. So I'll I usually go to bed around 11 or 11:30. So yeah. So yeah, I'll probably stop the stream around 9. So that'll give me about 7 more hours. So hopefully I can get as much done as possible. Of course, I'm gonna read the book for the moment because it'll give me it might help give a better understanding of the game. Okay, so the the node with the target on it raises accuracy. The one with the star on it raises luck. So let's see if I can find one of them. So one with a star. Oh, there's one. Right there. Yep. So these nodes raise luck. And then then there's one that looks like 2 swords clashing. So that one raises skill. So let's see if I can find one. Oh, there's one right there. Yeah, so this one, it looks like there's 2 swords clashing there, but kind of looks like they're broken in the middle or something. So this is a skill node. And then this one that we've already activated with Titus is a special ability. Teaches the ability cheer. So these are new abilities. And what's this one? Flee. I'll try not to flee unless we have to. Ooh, haste. That will be handy. Provoke. So when we get to this point, we have. Alright, we can't go down that way unless we're level 3 lock. It's blocking the way. Okay, alright, so that's not too bad. Interesting. Okay. So yeah, I'll go back to the haste one because that's the next icon. So this one is white magic. So yeah, and then the other one looks similar to that. See if I can find it. Is black magic. Oh, there's another white spell. Auto life. That was handy in the last game. And there's lots of spells there. Null Tide, Null Blaze, Suna, which is pretty much the same as Remedy. If you have lots of money and lots of remedies, I suppose we won't really need that one. Cure, that'll be handy too. Null Frost, Null Shock. Yeah, come on. What the frig? Come on. This one, yes. Life. Cool. Pray. Right, so I'm looking for the black magic one. Regen, nice. Karaja, ooh. Reflect, dispel. Holy. Ah, here we go. Black magic. Farah, Thundara, Watera, Blizzara. Nice. It's nice that the different elements are so close together like that. Bio, very handy for poison. Demi. Don't really care much for Demi. Fleur. Ooh, now we're talking. Drain. Wonder if there's Meteor. That would be cool. Death. Ooh. Faraja. Now we're talking. Dundaja. Blissaja. Waterga. So I guess the expert one would probably make it more complicated. Try and unlock everything. So it's more of the same, but just more obstacles in the way. Osmos. So that one is like Drain, but it drains MP. I'm just looking around for the different... Okay, right. So, all the characters, it seems, share the same grid. but they start in different areas. So let's see, let's try and go from left to right, and take a look at all the different abilities. So we're looking at white spells, black spells, and then the little special ability thing as well. So we've got Sloga, and then this one we've got Slow. And then the empty ones, I think we can fill those with nodes later as well. Right, and then here we've got Entrust, Sentinel, It looks complicated at first, but you know, I think the more you look at it and study it, the easier it becomes to understand, you know. Okay, and then here we have, okay, no abilities there. Oh, Osmos, nice. And there's ability there, Threaten. So that's a tank ability. So in MMOs, Threaten or Taunt is an important ability for characters that you want to act as tanks, and basically the usually in MMOs the enemies will target the healer or the weaker enemies. So the tank is tougher and has the most endurance, but their attacks are the weakest, or well, among the weakest. The healers are the weakest, and then the damage dealers are next up from them. So the tank uses abilities like this to get the to get all the attention of the enemies, the harder enemies, so that they don't kill the healer or the damage dealers too quickly. Mainly they focus on the harder enemies, and usually if there's like a tough enemy with weaker mob enemies around, then it's up to the damage dealers to target the mobs, the weaker mobs first, before switching back to the harder enemy. Because if they a lot of players who are damage dealers make the mistake of just focusing on the hard enemy and ignoring the weaker enemies, and then the weaker enemies go straight for the healer and kill the healer like straight away. So it, you know, a tank can't like do the damage dealers jobs for them. Tanks usually hate doing that, having to switch to the try and get the mob's attention instead of the tougher enemy, because you know it's like trying to multitask. So yeah, this will come in really handy, because during the harder fights, the tougher characters like Titus can use Threaten, so that they can last longer in a fight. Bear back. Okay, I'm back. Right, so yeah, I'm currently reading the guidebook and what the different symbols mean, but I'm kind of, well, I suppose there's only 5 symbols left. So there's the one that say L with a number in them, which are L1, L2, L3, or L4. So those are level 1 locks, level 2 locks, level 3 locks, and level 4 locks, and they require key spheres to unlock them. And then, so the key spheres are, it seems they are barriers between different character areas. Ultima. Yikes. The ultimate spell is protected by at least 3 level 4 key spheres. Yeah. We should try and get that one. Definitely. Haste. Nice. Provoke. Flee. Auto life. Hastica. Ooh, so this is like haste, but it casts it on everybody in the party. So that would come in very handy. Okay, and then we've got life, cure, Asuna, null blaze, null tide, null frost, null shock, prey. Drain. Ultima. I definitely need to go for that one. Scan. If we get Ultima, we can nuke everything. Cura. Shell. Protect. Reflect. Dispel. Use. Steal. Luck. Oh, Be right back. Okay, let's see. What other abilities are there? Copycat. Alright, so that one is like Mimic. Which was pretty cool. I forget which Final Fantasy had Go-Go the Mime in it. I think it was like... Oh yeah, wasn't it the one that introduced the jobs and classes? So it might have been Final Fantasy 3, or could have been 5. Pilfer Gill. Jinx. M. Fleur. Thandaja, Blasaja, Waterga, Faraja, Death. Demi. Bio. Blizzard. Thunder. Fire. Water. Focus. Spur change. Karaja. What was that one? Regen. That's a good one. Regen. Quick pockets. Holy. Full life. Bribe. Blizzara. Thandara. Farah. Watera. Reflex. Double cast. Ooh. That would be good. Doesn't seem to be a triple cast. Okay, very cool. And there's the bot, so that means that an hour has passed already. Okay, let's see what the next page says. So there's so yeah, as I thought, the so the standard grid looks just like what we saw there, and then the expert one, all the characters start off in the middle, whereas in the standard one they're kind of spread out and spaced out, and sectioned. Whereas with the expert one, all the characters start off in the middle, and it seems that all of the abilities and nodes are spread out. Yeah, so the expert sphere grid has basically all the same spells and abilities. Just it's more complicated. Okay. So next are the command abilities. There are different skills: sleep attack, silence attack, dark attack, sleep buster, silence buster, dark buster, zombie attack, triple foul, delay attack, delay buster, power brick, magic brick, armor brick, mental brick, mug, quick hit, extract ability, extract mana, extract power, extract speed, nab gill, and full brick. For special abilities, there's steal, use, flee, pray, cheer, aim, focus, reflex, luck, jinx, lancet, guard, sentinel, spur change, threaten, provoke, entrust, copycat, double cast, bribe, pilfer gill, quick pockets. For white magic, there is cure, cura, Karaja, Null Blaze, Null Shock, Null Tide, Null Frost, Scan, Asuna, Life, Full Life, Haste, Hastiga, Slow, Sloga, Shell, Protect, Reflect, Dispel, Regen, Holy, and Auto Life. For black magic, there's Fire, Farah, Faraja, Thunder, Thundara, Thundaja, Water, Watera, Waterga, Blizzard, Blizzara, Blizzaja, Bio, Demi, Death, Drain, Osmos, Fleur, and Ultima. Oh, we're back. Okay, I'm back again. This happens every single time I start streaming. There's always somebody or someone that needs me. This is why I prefer streaming at night time, like in the middle of the night, because then at least everybody's sleeping and I don't get disturbed and there's no loud music in the background. Okay, next page is the okay, so next page is the battle system. So on the screen there is the help display. Alright, that's in the whenever there's battle, whenever there's a fight, in the top left screen it is the help display, which is a brief text display describing your opponents and your various battle options. And then the number 2 is the cursor, which is like a red upside down triangle above characters' heads. This indicates the character whose turn it currently is. Number 3, enemy information, enemy info, which is looks like it's not pointing to anything there. Information regarding your opponent may be displayed here when a weapon with sensor is equipped or a scan white magic spell has been successfully cast. 4, at the bottom right of the screen are names. A maximum of 3 characters can do battle simultaneously. The purple bar indicates the fighter whose turn it is. 5 is CTB window, the turn sequence in order, the order in which your party members will take part in battle. So that's on the top right of the screen. 6 are commands in the bottom left of the screen. These are the main commands that you can execute. You can access the sub commands by moving your left analog stick or directional buttons to the right, while you can access the overdrives by moving your analog stick to the left. 7, HP and MP, also in the bottom right corners. Once their HP level drops to 0, the character in question is out of action. Certain abilities cannot be used without MP. 8 is the overdrive gauge. Overdrives can be used once the gauge is full. The CTB window. The turn sequence of all those participating in battle is shown in the CTB window. CTB refers to conditional turn-based battle, and Mon A refers to Monster A. Use R1 and R2 to navigate through the CTB window. The turn sequence always assumes that all participants will select attack as their next command, since this is actually rarely the case. The sequence changes constantly. Certain commands require a longer recovery phase than others, so your protagonist may drop to the bottom of the list and must wait much longer than the others to take his turn. However, tactics such as the haste spell can be used to ensure that a character gets more frequent turns. Elemental characteristics. Of course, you can do battle without exploiting elemental characteristics. However, a thorough study of the elements and their effects will make you more effective on the battlefield. There are 4 elements: fire, ice, lightning, and water. Fire can be used to combat ice and water to combat lightning, and vice versa. Thus, a fire creature will prove highly vulnerable to ice attacks. So if there's a monster or creature that is fire based, then use ice. If it's ice based, use fire. If it's water based, use lightning. If it's lightning, use water. The game uses tables to depict your opponent's elemental characteristics. The 4 elements are shown using colours, while the abbreviations indicate how an opponent will react to the element in question. You may find that a weapon's ability may combine more than one elemental characteristic. If this is the case, then the element that inflicts the greatest damage on your opponent will automatically take precedence, while the weaker elements are rendered redundant. The sequence is as follows: times 1.5, half, slash, and plus. Example: the ice attack will only inflict 50% damage on your opponent, and he will absorb any fire attacks. If you attack using a weapon with both the fire and ice elemental characteristics, ice would have the more powerful effect, half, and will therefore take precedence. The 5th element. The rare holy element is not part of the element system. It is only manifested using the white magic spell Holy or the blessed gem item. Switching characters. You can change any character in combat by using L1 to recall him from the battlefield during his turn and replacing him with another party member. At the left of your screen, you'll see a window showing the characters who can be sent into the fray, a sort of substitute bench. Replacing a character does not count as a turn. Your substitute can participate in the battle immediately. Oh, that's handy. So, say if you're fighting a boss and one of your characters is about to get knocked out, you can just substitute that character. That sounds handy. The main commands, a summary. As your character's turn, you'll see their main commands at the bottom left of your screen. Scroll up and down to see all main commands. So there is attack, summon. So attack, an arrow will indicate your target when using an equipped weapon to attack an opponent. If you're confronting several enemies at once, you can select which one to target. You can even target the other members of your party. Summon. Yuna is the only character who can summon Aeons. These useful creatures enter battle in place of your party. Take a look at the Aeon section on page 18 for more details. Skill or special. This enables your characters to use special attacks or skills if they have any. Black magic or white magic. Select a spell and then decide whom you wish to direct it at. Item. Various items can be used in battle, such as healing potions or ethers. The latter restores MP. The sub-commands, a summary. When selecting main commands, move your left analog stick to the right to select sub-commands. Weapon armor. So you can change weapons and armor in the middle of battle, and you can escape. The damage display. So there's immune, miss, and overkill. Status effects, positive status effects, auto life, defend, distill ability, distill mana, distill power, distill speed, guard, haste, null blaze, null frost, null shock, null tide, protect, reflect, regen, scan, sentinel, and shell. Negative status effects are armor break, berserk, confusion, cure, darkness, doom, KO, magic break, mental break, petrification, poison, power break, provoke, silence, sleep, slow, threaten, and zombie. Very cool. Okay, so overdrive modes. So you have Ally, Avenger, Comrade, Coward, Dancer, Daredevil, Healer, Hero, Loner, Rook, Slayer, Stoic, Sufferer, Tactician, Victim, Victor, and Warrior. Swordplay variants: Spiral Cut, Slice and Dice, Energy Rain, and Blitz Ace. So that's Tidus's swordplay variants. Yuna, Grand Summon. Waka uses slots, and there are different symbols. So the red symbols are fire, yellow lightning, blue water, white ice, then green with a star that says one hit is the number on the one hit and two hit symbols is added. In the case of three identical symbols, the number is doubled. Corresponding number of strength plus 10 attacks will be executed. And then there's a two hit one which looks similar, except it's blue with two stars and says two hit. And then there's another symbol. It's like a black skull with green eyes on a red cloud in the background. So this one inflicts the status effects poison and the sleep, silence, and darkness status effects for 3 rounds. Then the down arrow with the word down inflicts the power break, magic break, armor break, and mental break status effects. Then there's like an egg timer, inflicts the petrification status effect, causes your opponent to drop slightly in the CTP window. Then there's a ball with a star on it. So it seems that is a very powerful move. It does 72 attack and strength. And then 3 different symbols. In the case of 3 different symbols, an attack will be directed at a random opponent. Slot variants: element rails, attack rails. So the element rails have 4 different types: fire, lightning, water, and ice. Attack rails have 3 types. There's 1 hit, 2 hit, and miss. There's status rails and auric rails. So the auric rails are pretty much all the symbols. Okay, next page. Lulu Fury variants. So she's got Fire Fury, Farah Fury, Faraja Fury, Thunder, Thundara, Thundaja, Water, Watera, Waterga, Blizzard, Blizzara, Basaja, Biodemi, Death, Drain, Osmos, Fleur, and Ultima. Kamari. Alright, so basically Lulu is our black mage. Yuna is our white mage and healer and summoner. So Tidus is warrior and Waka would be ranged, wouldn't he? So Tidus melee, Waka ranged. Kamari would be melee. Ornn would be melee too. And then Riku What would she be? I forget what she uses. I forget what weapon Riku uses. I think she's like a thief type character. Okay, so Kamari, the blue lion, he has jump, thrust kick, doom, fire breath, aqua breath, bad breath, stone breath, seed cannon, self destruct, nova, mighty guard, and white wind. Huh. Alright, so he uses Kamari uses Lancet as overdrive techniques to learn abilities from enemies. So basically he's the blue mage. Orin does Bushido. Dragon Fang, Shooting Star, Banishing Blade, and Tornado. Then he has Orin Sphere, Braska Sphere, and then 8 different Jacked Spheres. And then last is Riku, who uses mix variants. So, ooh, what? She can craft things? That's her overdrive ability? So, Antidote and Map creates a Mega Elixir. What? And then they have Final Elixir. Wow, cool. Characters on the following pages. You'll learn about the 7 characters who will join your party during your adventure. We've provided some background information on each character, as well as a short summary of their skills, such as overdrive techniques. Detailed information on your character's abilities, spells, weapons, and armor can be found in the How to Play and Items chapter. After the character descriptions, you'll find a brief overview of the Aeons, magical creatures whom Yuna can summon during battle. You'll discover how to find them, and you'll also learn about their skills. Okay, so first up, we have Titus. Titus. Sin's mysterious power hurls Titus, the young star of the Zanarkand Abe's Blitzball team, into the greatest adventure of his life. Sin transports him to a faraway land, and it seems there's no way back. Far from his home and all that he knows, Titus develops tender feelings for the beautiful Yuna. To cap it all, his conflict with his father Jack, who also was a star blitzball player before disappearing, flares up again. His age is 17, joins the group. Titus is present from the beginning. Battle style, Titus is a dexterous fighter, so he is good against fast enemies. Although he often misses flying opponents, he can fight underwater. Titus possesses abilities which he can deploy during battle. For example, at the beginning of the adventure, he is the only character who can use the flee ability to withdraw the entire party from battle. Titus can use his overdrive techniques to inflict severe damage on his opponents. If you select the overdrive attack swordplay, keep an eye on the display and try to stop the bar in the selected area using your cross button. The quicker you succeed, the greater the damage inflicted. Practice makes perfect. By repeatedly executing successful overdrives, Titus can learn new ones. Lulu. Lulu is also one of Yuna's guardians. Like Waka, she views Yuna as a younger sister in need of protection. An expert in black magic, Lulu has a few powerful spells at her disposal. Although she appears calm, in control of any situation, and sometimes cold, Lulu has a fierce yet compassionate nature. Age 22, joins the group Besaid Island after leaving the temple. Battle style, physically, she is one of the weakest members of the party. Lulu's strength lies in her command of magic. She specializes in black magic and mainly uses attack spells. She also uses dolls, which will remind gamers of familiar figures from the Final Fantasy series. The Fury Overdrive skill enables Lulu to use all her familiar spells several times without consuming additional MP. To do this, just rotate your right analog stick repeatedly. This enables Lulu to cast magic even if she has been affected by the silent status abnormality. Yuna, an apprentice summoner, is the daughter of Braska, the popular high summoner. He died 10 years ago while defeating the evil power of sin. The prayer in the Besaid temple transformed her into a fully fledged summoner, enabling her to summon Aeons. Yuna's goal is to find the final Aeon and take on Sin, an ambition which requires her to travel the length and breadth of Spira. Age 17, joins the group Besaid Island Temple. Battle style, Yuna is one of the weakest characters when it comes to close combat. Yuna's forte is the use of white magic, a school of magic which uses numerous healing spells. She is also the only character who learns how to summon Aeons. These useful creatures fight battles on behalf of the group. The Grand Summon Overdrive enables Yuna to summon Aeons with full overdrive gauges. Once the Aeon has used his overdrive technique, his gauge drops back to its previous level. Waka. Waka is captain of the unsuccessful Blitzball team, the Besaid Aurochs, who have yet to win a game. It seems that their run of bad luck is finally at an end, thanks to Tatus. Waka is also one of Yuna's guardians and hopes to devote all his energies to his guardianship duties after this year's Blitzball tournament. Age 24, joins the group Besaid Island Beach. Battle style, Waka has plenty of HP. He is physically stronger than Tatus, especially when taking on distant or flying opponents whom he hits with his Blitzball, a weapon which he also uses against underwater enemies. Waka can learn different skills and then deploy them in battle. Like spells, these skills, which may, for example, cause various status effects, consume MP. As soon as you deploy Waka's slots overdrive, a fruit machine with 3 dials will start to turn. The symbols will determine the type and strength of the resulting attack. Waka's overdrive skills can be improved by winning Blitzball matches. Kimahri Ronso. A member of the Ronso tribe, Kimahri is a taciturn warrior who prefers action to words. Another of Yuna's guardians, he has watched over her since she was a small child. Age 25. Joins the group on board the SS Leaky. Battle style, Kimahri is one of the group's best close combat fighters, second only to Auron. However, he is unable to take on opponents underwater. The Lancet technique enables Kimahri to learn skills from his opponents. Abilities learnt using Lancet can be deployed in the form of an overdrive attack. As soon as his overdrive gauge is full, incidentally, the gauge is fully replenished as soon as he successfully gains knowledge of an ability using Lancet. Auron. Orin is the legendary guardian who defeated the evil Sin 10 years ago, together with Braska, Yuna's father. Orin also stood by Thetis when the city of Zanarkand was destroyed. Thetis owes his first sword to Orin, a man of few words. Orin lets his powerful blade do the talking. He joins the group in order to defeat Sin once and for all. Age 35. Joins the group. Luca during the Blitzball tournament. Battle style. Although Orin is one of the group's most powerful fighters in close combat, he is somewhat sluggish and cannot take on opponents underwater. In order to render Orin's Bushido overdrive particularly effective, you'll have to press a specific button combination on your controller within a set time limit. Collecting Jack spheres is the primary requirement for learning new overdrives. And last, Riku. This sparky albed girl is the first person encountered by Thetis in the world of Spira. Riku is a tender-hearted creature, unlike many other albed. Age 15, joins the group Spira after Thetis' arrival, and Moonflow, North Bank. Battle style. Riku's physical combat may be nothing to write home about, but she can learn abilities enabling her to rob opponents. Later on, she can learn the bribe ability, which will also enable you to obtain a few new items. See the Monsters chapter. Riku's mix overdrive techniques result from combining two items. There are 64 possible different techniques, ranging from attack to healing. Ooh, and next we have the Aeons. So first is Valfor, location beside Temple. Since Valfor can fly, this agile Aeon can generally avoid ground attacks. Sonic Wings generates a shockwave which hits all your enemies, delaying their subsequent attacks. If you deploy this technique several times, your opponents may simply not have a chance to attack. Valfor can hit all his opponents with an energy ray, inflicting non-elemental damage. If Yuna is in possession of the Nirvana weapon, Valfor's overdrive attacks will inflict over 9,999 damage points. So, if Yuna has the Nirvana weapon, Valfor's attacks become more powerful than just 10,000. Ifrit. Location, Kilika Temple. Battle style, this Aeon has immense physical strength and can deploy fire elemental attacks, but unfortunately he's also vulnerable to assault. However, Ifrit does have a useful regeneration ability. Fire attacks such as Fire, Farah or Faraja will heal the creature. Meteor Strike is a non-elemental attack, the effect of which is directed against just one opponent. This attack can come in very handy, especially against distant enemies. Hellfire bathes all your opponents in raging flames, inflicting severe damage. In order to deplete your enemy's HP by over 10,000 points, Waka must be in possession of the world champion weapon. Ixion, location Jose Temple. Battle style, Ixion has a high level of defensive power against attacks, so it's a good idea to summon this Aeon when your group is in deep trouble. Arrow Spark is directed against individual opponents and inflicts non-elemental damage. The effect of the following spells is nullified during this attack: Shell, Protect, Haste, Regen, Reflect, Null All, Null Blaze, Null Frost, Null Shock, and Null Tide. The Thor's Hammer overdrive causes lightning elemental damage to all opponents. If Kamari is in possession of the Spirit Lance, Ixion will inflict over 10,000 HP damage with Thor's Hammer. Shiva. Location Makalania Temple. Battle style, this Aeon attacks swiftly, relying on ice elemental attacks. One reason why Shiva is known as the Ice Queen. When using Heavenly Strike, a gigantic block of ice falls on an opponent, delaying his next attack and inflicting non-elemental damage. The Ice Queen uses the Diamond Dust Overdrive to freeze all opponents. She then destroys the ice with a snap of her fingers, inflicting damage on the enemy. The damage inflicted can exceed 10,000 points if Lulu is in possession of the Onion Knight weapon. Next is Bahamut. Location St. Bevel Temple. Battle style, Bahamut is very strong and well able to defend himself. His physical attacks inflict more damage than those of the other Aeons, and this dragon creature also has some spells at his disposal: Faraja, Waterga, Thundaja, and Blisaja. The powerful magic attack Impulse is directed against all opponents. However, Bahamut will then need to take a breather for one round. The Mega Flare Overdrive attack inflicts over 10,000 damage points, and there's no need for a character to possess a specific weapon. All your opponents will find themselves bathed in the raging flames. A devastating attack. Yojimbo. Location Cavern of the Stolen Faith. Battle style, the Aeon's attack method will vary depending on how much you pay him. Daigoro, Kozuka, Wakizashi, and Zanmodo. As mentioned above, the attack method used depends on how much cash you lay down. In order to deplete your enemy's HP by over 10,000 points, Orin must be in possession of the Masamune weapon. Anima. Location Baj Temple. Battle style, this Aeon's Pain and Oblivion attacks are very powerful, so this is a useful creature to have by your side in any situation. Pain is directed against one opponent and is highly likely to cause instant death. On the other hand, it entails a prolonged recovery time. The Oblivion Overdrive exposes all opponents to non-elemental damage. There's no need for a character to possess a specific weapon. This attack will still inflict over 10,000 damage points. Oblivion is one of the most powerful overdrive attacks. No weapon can enhance its devastating effect. The Magus Sisters. Location Remium Temple. Battle style, the Magus Sisters, Cindy, Mindy, and Sandy, are three separate Aeons, so they're a little tricky to control. They can be summoned even if one or two of the sisters are out of action. Kamisad, Pasado, Razia. Unlike the other Aeons, the Magus Sisters have to be asked nicely before they attack. You have a maximum of 8 options in this regard. If all 3 overdrive gauges are filled simultaneously, you can choose combined powers. The sisters will then join forces to launch a non-elemental attack which will hit all your opponents, inflicting over 10,000 damage points. Again, there's no need for a character to possess a specific weapon. Wow. And then the rest is the walkthrough. So Zonarkand, and then Salvage Ship, and then Besaid Island. So that's where I am right now. Ooh, this is actually quite handy. It has little maps. What? There was an X potion in the submerged ruins. Can't believe I missed that. But it's okay. There will be more X potions. Yeah, actually, I think I will use the walkthrough for the maps more than assisting with the creatures. So yeah, so the next few pages are like the walkthrough. It's quite a lot of pages, and then after that is the items. So it shows all the items and where to get them or buy them. Wow, there sure is a lot. And then the bestiary monsters. So they don't have levels in this one. Wow. Still lots of monsters. Blitzball. Blitzball is a cross between rugby and water polo. Is the national sport of Spira, the world of Final Fantasy X. The following pages will tell you about Blitzball's basic rules, as well as the tips and tricks you will need to master the game. What you need to know: Blitzball basics. You first get the chance to play Blitzball in Luca. After reaching the Mihen High Road, you'll be able to play Blitzball matches at any save sphere. Just press the cross button in front of a save sphere and select Play Blitzball. Blitzball is played by 2 teams of 6 players, 5 field players and a goalkeeper. A match lasts for 10 game minutes, consisting of 2 5-minute halves. However, this does not include the time needed to consider your strategy and select actions. Your aim is to shoot the ball into the opposing goal and to score more goals than your opponents at the end of your match. Each Blitzball player has attributes determining the success of his actions. However, certain actions, as detailed in the rest of this chapter, are affected by a random factor. Higher attributes than your opponent therefore do not guarantee that all actions will succeed. Victories are rewarded with items, techniques for the players, and new overdrive techniques for Waka. Players' stats improve thanks to a system of experience points. You will also be able to recruit new players after reaching the Mihen High Road. The main Blitzball menu. Just select Play Blitzball in front of a save sphere to open the main Blitzball menu. You can then select the following options: League, Tournament, and Exhibition. Select one of the 3 Blitzball competition modes. The prizes on offer will be shown when you make your selection. Tutorial. This provides a step-by-step explanation of the game's most important rules, which beginners would be well advised to take a look at. Team data. Take a look at your team's players, their stats, and their techniques. Cancel. This returns you to your Final Fantasy X adventure. Reset data. Be careful. This will reset all player parameters, levels, and techniques learned to date, restoring the original default settings. Okay. Player attributes. Attack, blocking, catching, endurance, experience points, hit points, level, passing accuracy, shooting skill, and speed. League. 6 teams battle it out in a league. Each squad plays all the other teams twice, so you play 10 matches in total. Your team will earn 3 points for a win and 1 point for a draw. The team with the most points at the end wins the league. In the event of a draw, both teams will be declared winners. Tournament. This competition is a knockout tournament involving 6 teams. The match selection is determined randomly. In case of a draw, matches go into 5 minutes of extra time. This is repeated until a goal is scored. A new tournament cannot be started immediately after the end of a previous tournament. The main Blitzwall menu must be opened 5 times before a tournament can be selected again. Exhibition. Exhibitions are friendly matches, just a thing to gain playing knowledge and to try out new strategies. You can select any opposing team, but remember that your players will not gain experience points during these bouts. However, tech copy is possible, so you can build up your techniques without any of the other teams developing. Planning before each half. So LF is left forward, RF right forward, MF midfielder, LD left defence, RD right defence, GL goalkeeper. Oh dear. Yikes. There sure is a lot of info. Oh my goodness. How many pages? It's supposed to be a sport, not a frickin'... This is a mini game, and it's got like... See how many pages it's got on it. What? So, Blitzball has 10 pages describing how to play it. Like, what the frig? Okay, and there's more minigames. Yikes. Oh yeah, this is one that I may or may not do. Thunderplane's lightning strikes. So you have to dodge 200 lightning strikes in a row. This map shows you how often lightning strikes in each area. If you press cross as soon as the screen flashes white, Titus will leap out of the way. This will not work if you keep holding down the button. Should you have equipment with the No Encounters ability, you won't be attacked by monsters. Another way to tackle this sub-quest is to position Titus between a cactus stone and a wall in such a way that he can't jump back when avoiding the lightning. There is only one place where this will work. In the first part of the Thunder Plains, you'll see a small piece of land accessible on the right hand side of the path. Here you will find a cactus stone and a wall perfect for the job. Wait a second, hold on, let's see. There's only one place where this will work. In the first part of the Thunder Plains, you'll see a small piece of land accessible on the right hand side of the path. Macalania Woods, Butterfly Hunt. Zenobia Desert, Valley of the Cactors. Camlands, Chocobo Training. Remium Temple, Chocobo Race. The Airship, Hidden Locations. Baj Temple, Zenobia Sands, Besaid Falls. Passwords. You will need to enter passwords in order to access certain locations. You're not required to read the alphabet clues given during the game to make use of these. God Hand for Mushroom Rock. Victorious, Besaid Ruins. Mursam, Besaid Ruins. Sightseeing Tour. Orange Overdrive. Shopping. Albed Primers. Monster Arena. Cavern of the Stolen Faith. Remium Temple. Omega Ruins. Celestial Weapons. The Celestial Mirror. You must first win the Cloudy Mirror in the Chocobo Race beneath the Remium Temple. Tatus Khalidbolg. Yuna Nirvana. Orn Masamun. Waka World Champion. Kamari Spirit Lance. Lulu Onion Knight. Riku God Hand. Secret Aeons, Yojimbo. Anima, the Maga Sisters. Dark Aeons, Dark Valfor, Dark Ifrit, Dark Ixion, Dark Shiva, Dark Bahamut, Dark Yojimbo, Dark Anima, Dark Maga Sisters. Top Secret Penance. Ooh, the Super Boss. I never have fought Penance before. But maybe in this one I can. Hopefully I can, and there's not too much awkwardness to try and get to it. And there we go. That's it all. Right. Wow. 2 hours have passed. Crazy. I've been reading that that walkthrough for 2 hours. Right. So that's where I start, and then there's 2 items there: a safe sphere, which I'm at, and 4 people to talk to. There are piranha enemies in this area. You can steal grenades from them. So this way will be the crossroads. To the left is Waterfall Way, which connects to the ancient road, which connects to the promontory. And if I go right, I can go into a valley, which also leads to the promontory. And then there's a part in the promontory that connects to the village slope, and then Besaid village. Okay, so and there's nothing to pick up that way, but maybe I'd like to go around in a circle anyway. And there's 3 items in the next area.
Hey, it's this way.
Oh, can't go that way.
What's the big idea?
Nice. Okay, I'll turn the light off now. Looks like it's the afternoon. Why is it dark in the afternoon? It's been dark all day. It's crazy.
Let me go.
Got a favor to ask you.
You want me on your team, right?
Hmm? A major blitz tournament's coming up. All the teams in Spira will be there. It's so huge, I'm sure someone there will recognize you. Then you can go back to your old team, right? It'll be fun. What do you say, huh? Come on, come on!
Sure thing.
Dude, our team is gonna rock, eh?
I thought then that Blitzball and Sin were the only two things that Spira and Xanarkin had in common. I wasn't too far off either.
This is where I was born. I started Blitz when I was 5. I joined the Aurochs at 13, 10 years ago. 10 years, and we never won a game. Well, after last year's tournament, I quit. Time seemed right. So, after quitting, I got this new job, yeah? But every time my mind wandered, I thought about the game.
10 years without a single win will do that.
My first match last year was my big chance. But something else was on my mind. I couldn't focus.
Nice excuse.
Hey, hey!
So, you want to win the next tournament? Go out with a bang. So, what's our goal?
I don't care how we do. Long as we play our best. If we give it our all, I can walk away happy.
No. If I say, what's our goal? You say, victory! When you play in a blitzball tournament, you play to win.
Victory? You're serious?
Ah, the one from the sea.
Be on guard. There are fiends on the road today.
After surviving your run-in with Sin, it would be a shame if something happened now.
Who are they?
Luzu and Gata, Crusaders.
Huh? Crews of what?
What, you forgot that too? Hey, sorry. Don't worry about it. I'll help you out.
Cool. In return, come tournament time, I'll make sure we take the cup.
Cool. About the Crusaders, you can ask them yourself. They got a lodge in a village. Besaid village.
They got any food there?
We'll get you something over there later. Take a look around first. Let's see. The Crusaders' Lodge is over yonder. Luzu and Gata are usually there. All right. Over here.
Huh? What's up?
You do remember the prayer, right?
Okay, so two options. I'm going to use a d20. Between 1 and 10 is I don't remember, and between 11 and 20 is I don't know any prayers. Here we go. 9. I don't remember.
I didn't know it in the first place, to tell the truth.
Man, that's like the basics of the basics. All right, I'll show you. Go ahead, you try. Hey, not bad. Okay, now go present yourself to the temple summoner.
Any blitzball player would know that prayer. It was the blitzball sign for victory.
Fiends are around even during the day. Take care not to travel alone, yeah? Shop, nice. Let's see. Don't want to spend too much just yet. I'm done. Thank you, come again. Let's see what's in here. Oh, hello. Me favourite's Lord O'Holland, yeah? Spit an image of me old hubby. Odd clothes you got. What land you from? This your first time to Besaid? You're the guy from the sea, right? I heard about you from Sir Luzu.
Go present yourself to the temple summoner before we eat, yeah?
Besaid's devotion to the teachings of Yavin is commendable. Still, there's much for a priestess such as I to teach them. The Besaid fabrics they make here are famous all over Spira. If I buy cheap and sell high, I'll be rolling in gil in no time. Mainlanders love the fabrics we weave here in Besaid. Long as I'm around, Besaid's weaving will be known as nothing but the best. Crusaders Lodge is open to guests. Take a rest? Yeah, sure. Why not? You the one that said came from the sea? Toxin's still got you, yeah? You go ahead and rest up.
Hey, you! You were attacked by Sin, right? Recently, was it?
I think so.
So, Sin can't be far, right? You're not hiding anything, are you?
Why would I?
If Sin's nearby, it'll attack the island for sure. But it hasn't. I wonder why.
I'm sorry. I really don't know anything. To tell the truth, I don't even know what the Crusaders are.
You're kidding, right?
Sin, the toxin. Gotta tell him who we are.
Yes, sir. The Crusaders are sworn to battle Sin. We have chapters throughout Spira, accepting all who wish to join our struggle. The hero Mihen formed the Crusaders 800 years ago as the Crimson Blades. Later, our ranks grew and we called ourselves the Crusaders. We've been fighting Sin ever since.
What? You've been fighting 800 years and you still haven't beat it?
Well, we've steered Sin away from towns many times. And that's all we can do. Nobody's ever been able to defeat it. Our mission as Crusaders is to protect the temples, towns, villages, and people of Spira.
So, then whose job is it to defeat Sin?
Is Sin's toxin really this bad, sir?
It does seem rather bad. We could just tell you, but I think it better for you to try and remember. Go pray at the temple. Perhaps Yevon will help you regain your memory.
Fighting for 800 years. Yep, we have that in common. Okay, we're back. Okay, I'm back. So I forgot to post to some social media. So I just did.
But soon, we may be able to finally defeat Sin.
I think I'll just
We've
leave
got a
my
plan,
light on.
one that'll go down in Crusader history.
Right. Maybe I should leave the movie for tomorrow. And maybe I could watch it during the day. Because I like playing this. But we'll see. Well, I've got 5 more hours until it's 9 o'clock. Maybe I'll go at that time, or maybe I'll leave. Yeah, so I want to watch the movie around 9 o'clock, and then go to sleep. But maybe I'll leave it till tomorrow so I can have 7 hours instead. But I'm not really sure. I'll wait until it's near closer to the time, and then I'll decide.
But soon, we may be able to finally defeat Sin.
I'm fixing a hole where the rain gets in.
But soon, we may...
What is this? Alright, so I think this is just going over what yeah, it's basically just going over a lot of what we've already covered. I had a run-in with Sin's toxin before too, you know. I'm a lot better now, but things were pretty bad for a while. Couldn't remember who I was or where I came from. Scary, yeah. Man, I nearly cried, and that's the truth. I appreciate the Crusaders' zeal, but they must heed the teachings. Oh. Peas or bees? Yep, I already knew that one. Still a few. I don't know what T's are yet. Or Q's, or V's, or X's, or Z's, or M's, or I's, or C's, or B's. I travelled Spira looking for a land where nobody had heard of sin. I gave up looking. I think it's for the best. Ooh. High potion. 400 gil. 2 potions. Sin struck Besaid village so many times I lost count. After this house got hit, I guess the owner just let it be. Sin's toxin? Nah, you don't look sick. You must have not breathed in much of the stuff, yeah? Guess being a Blitz player means you can hold your breath pretty good. Yevon's teachings are our staff and our guide in life. Without the teachings, we'd just live every day in fear of sin. Who are you, mister? Where are you from? I can't figure whether I'm gonna join the Aurochs or the Crusaders.
It was then, standing in that place. I began to realize how different this world was from my own.
I'm sure that Lord Braska is watching over our apprentice summoner. May the apprentice summoner return us safely.
Years have passed since Lord Braska became High Summoner. And finally, we receive a statue for our temple.
Oh, what's a high summoner? I got too close to Sin's, toxin. It was funny hearing myself make the same excuse over and over. Funny, and a little sad.
The summoners are practitioners
Yeah,
of sacred
it
art,
seems like he's gonna be
sworn
using
to
that
protect
excuse
the people of Yevon.
the whole way through the game.
Only a chosen few become summoners, who call forth entities of great power, the Aeons. The Aeons hear our prayers and come down to us. They are the blessing of Yevon.
So what he meant was that we should respect some kind of great men, or something like that, I figured.
Pray hard and the toxin will surely release its grip on you. Even searching the scriptures of Yevon, I have found no cure for Sin's toxin. May the blessing of Yevon guide you to health, friend. The village where I was born is no longer there, thanks to Sin. Please let the Aurochs score at least one goal. Only sworn guardians may approach the Cloister of Trials. Nope. Well, I had to look around.
Sorry, man. No time for lunch yet. Take a nap. You look bushed.
Uh, 14. No, I'm fine.
Sorry, man. No time for... Take a nap.
Okay, looks like I have to.
You could at least go see how they are doing.
You can't interfere. It's a rule.
But it's been merely... But it's been nearly...
It's been nearly a day already.
Perhaps you could go look for us.
People are searching for him now.
Thank you.
Who cares whether he comes back or not?
But he might die.
Fine, let him.
Do you hate him so? But if he dies, you'll never be able to tell him how much you hate him.
Waka? Is something wrong?
The summoner hasn't returned from the trial.
Eh?
Well, apprentice summoner, really.
Huh?
There's a room in there called the Cloister of Trials. Beyond is where the apprentice summoner prays. If the prayer is heard, the apprentice becomes a fully fledged summoner. Remember?
So someone is in there somewhere and they haven't come back out. Right, I got it.
A day's already gone by.
Is it particularly dangerous in there?
Sometimes, yes.
Why don't you go in and help?
There's already guardians in there. Besides, it's forbidden.
Hey, but what if something happens? What if the summoner dies?
Our precepts must be obeyed.
Like I care. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea after all.
Spanner in the works. Cloister Trials. Those who seek to learn of Yavin's secret arts are tested by the Cloister of Trials. Find the right way and you will be taken to the Chamber of the Faith. Examine objects with cross to open the way. Strange glyph glows. You must use a sphere to go any further. Glyph spheres open the way to the Chamber of the Faith. Destruction spheres open the way to hidden treasure. It seems that Besaid spheres are also necessary. Removed glyph sphere. Can carry only one sphere at a time. door seems to be locked by an unseen force. You see a sphere-shaped recess. Move the pedestal set and the sphere to the correct place. If you move it improperly, step on the shining glyph to return the pedestal to its original place. What? Well, it's a good thing I've still got this walkthrough. Like, how would you know some of this stuff? Rod of Wisdom. You can obtain hidden items by using destruction spheres.
Hey! It's gotten into you. Hey, it's okay. Only summoners, apprentice summoners, and their guardians can enter here. It's a tradition, very important.
So what about you?
Me? I'm a guardian.
A guardian? Whoa! Ah!
Summoners go on a pilgrimage to pray at every temple in Spira. Guardians protect them. The Guardian's in there now. One of them's got a short fuse, and who knows what the other's thinking. Well, now that we come this far, might as well go all the way.
The right thing.
What are you doing here? Didn't think we'd be able to handle it.
No, it's just... See, I told you she gets mad easy.
Is the summoner all right?
Who are you?
I've done it. I have become a summoner.
Man, was I surprised. And here I was thinking summoners were all old geezers.
Putting your transgression aside for now, let us celebrate the birth of a summoner.
Hey, over here!
What? Ow!
Wait till you see this.
I can't see anything.
Ready?
Okay.
I had never seen anything like it in my life. Sure, it was a little scary, but still, I could feel a strange kind of gentleness coming from it. I remember, that night, we talked for the first time. I didn't know it then, but after that night, everything changed. For everyone. For me.
Let me introduce you to the team. This guy here wants into the tournament so bad, I let him on the team. His memory's a little fuzzy, so don't mind him if he says anything odd. Come on, say hi.
Hi guys. So what's our goal?
To do our best! Nope, we got a new goal now. Our new goal is victory! To win every match, defeat every opposing team, to bring the Crystal Cup back to our island. That's all we need to do to win. Easy, huh?
Victory! 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 Yeah!
You sure got the boys worked up, huh?
Hey, I was hoping you'd join the team all along, you know, yeah? There's going to be 6 teams from all over Spira at the tournament. Victory, huh? Everyone's acting like we already won. Not that I can blame them, yeah? Hit the other team hard and make it easy on the goalkeeper, yeah?
You heathen!
Stay away from the summoner! You're a bad man!
Lady Yuna, be
You don't know the half of it.
But it was really my fault to begin with. I'm Yuna. Thank you so much for your help earlier.
Huh? I'm sorry about that. Wasn't I not supposed to? Guess I kinda overreacted.
Oh no, I was overconfident.
I saw that Aeon thing. That's amazing.
Really? Do you think I can become High Summoner?
Lady Yuna, come play with me some more.
So, tomorrow then.
Tomorrow?
We're going on the same boat, aren't we?
Oh, really?
We can talk more.
Huh.
You can tell me all about Xanarkand.
She's cute, yeah?
Yeah, or she's not my type. 19, she's not my type.
Then we're cool.
Hey, but what if she, like, comes on to me?
That's not going to happen. If you get tired, let me know. I had a bed made for you.
Stay away from the summoner!
Stay away from the summoner. Whatever.
Ready for bed? Good. Sleep tight.
Sleep tight. Don't let the clowns bite.
Where's that boat?
Everyone will find us if it doesn't come soon.
You really sure this is okay?
Would you take me to Xanarkand?
Hey! You said you'd go with me!
Oh, hey,
I thought Waka told you not to get any ideas.
He did?
Yeah, so you're coming with me.
Hey, stop dreaming! You with a woman? You can't even catch a ball! Oh, what's the matter? Gonna cry again? Cry, cry. That's the only thing you're good for.
I hate you.
Huh? What'd you say?
You have to speak loudly.
I hate you!
Huh?
That's the spirit.
You can do it!
I hate you!
He's dead, okay? Dead. He does look a lot like Chapu. I was surprised too, the first time I saw him. But no matter what he looks like, he isn't Chapu. You shouldn't have brought him here in the first place.
Yeah, but he needed our help.
Excuses again?
Yeah, but...
That's it. No more. Enough, Waka.
Scary. So, who's Chapu?
My little brother, Chapu. He looked like you.
He's dead?
He was with the Crusaders when they fought Sin last year. He didn't make it. I first heard on the day of the tournament.
Oh, so that's why.
I became a guardian to fight Sin, yeah?
Revenge, then?
That was the idea. I'm more worried about a stupid game now than avenging my brother. Well, after the next tournament, I'll be a guardian full-time. I know it kinda looks like I'm using you, but I'm not.
Don't worry. I mean, I owe you a lot. You really helped me out, you know? What I mean is... thanks, Waka.
Stop. You're embarrassing me. Hey, sleepyhead. Something I want to give you.
Whoa! You're giving this to me?
Yeah, use it well.
That's the sword you gave Chapu.
Well, he never used it. Where's Yuna?
We're taking the same boat as Yuna, right? Why do we gotta wait here?
Yuna came to this village 10 years ago, when the last calm started.
The calm?
Since then, she's been like a little sister to me and Lulu. But she had the talent. She became an apprentice. Now, today, she leaves as a summoner.
This is our journey. We should leave together.
You really don't need all that luggage.
They're not really my things. They're gifts for the temples we're to visit.
This isn't a vacation, Yuna.
I guess you're right.
Okay, off we go. comes one now. Hey, why don't you try out that sword I gave you?
No problem.
Not too shabby. You kept up with him pretty well. Might make a good guardian someday. A flyer! My kind of customer. That looks like trouble.
Ha! Watch this!
Told ya, only magic can beat that thing. If you can't beat them down, you gotta use magic of an element they don't like.
Magic? Element?
Let's have our black mage show you what I mean. Lou, you're up.
Clueless, aren't you? Good thing I'm here.
Elements. Magic and fiends have properties called elements. There are 4 elements: fire, ice, lightning, and water. Fire and ice are opposed, as are lightning and water.
Spells of ice work well against fire fiends, and ice fiends are weak against fire magic. You follow?
I get fire and ice, but what about lightning and water?
Lightning and water are opposed, just like fire and ice. This one here is a water fiend, which means... Take your time.
Let's get going, man.
We're gonna wait.
Huh?
Are you ready?
What's going on?
It's an ancient custom. People leaving the island pray here for a safe trip. Chappu didn't pray that day. Said he'd miss his boat. That should do it.
Okay, so it says Kilika. Kilika and Biganel. Z-U-E-H. So U is, don't know what Z is. U is O. E is I. O I. And H is N. Okay, so that's join then. So Z's are J's. So where's a pen? Okay, so Z's are J's. Kilika and Biganel join as one. Kilika and Biganel join as one. What does that mean?
That's enough.
What's with that guy?
Kimari Ronso, of the Ronso tribe. He's learned the Fiend's way of fighting.
That's not what I meant.
He's another Yuna's guardians.
Huh?
Sometimes we don't understand him either. Kimari doesn't talk much anyway. But he has protected me since I was a child.
Huh.
A flyer! That's your department, right?
True, but, why don't we let our summoner show us what she's made of?
Switching members during battle. Press L1 during battle to switch in a character not currently being used. Just switch them in and they're ready to go. Yeah, makes sense that Titus sets this one out since he can't reach it.
Show us what your training has taught you, Yuna.
Okay.
Summoning Aeons. Use the summon command to have Yuna call an Aeon to aid her in battle. Only Yuna can summon Aeons. Use it when you need help against tough opponents. When Aeons take damage, their HP decreases. Should their HP reach 0, they will leave battle and become unavailable for a time. Aeons recover HP at save spheres.
Another one of those. No problem. Leave this one to me, huh? Say goodnight, birdie. Yeah!
We'll miss, where are you going on that big boat? We'll miss Lady Yuna. Come back soon, yeah? Oh, there are so many things I want to tell her. But seeing her there, smiling, I just can't say them. Hey you, the sea's crawling with fiends, so give this to Yuna, okay? Ether. I knew this time would come someday, I knew. Please watch over Lady Yuna. Here, have this. You may find use for it. 3 Phoenix Downs, nice, thank you. May Yevon's blessings be with our summoner on her pilgrimage. Here, a gift from the temple to sanctify her departure. Seeker's Ring. What is a Seeker's Ring? The journey will be long. Believe the teachings and you will not go astray. I won't cry. I won't, yeah? You're really leaving? Here, a farewell gift from all the village. 400 gil, nice. I understand why some people didn't come down here. It's hard to say goodbye. Lady Yuna, don't forget me, okay? I'll be good while you're gone, I promise, yeah? Here, take this. Daddy says it's an offering. A remedy? Nice, thank you. Where are you going on that big boat? We'll miss Lady Yuna. Come back soon, yeah?
Goodbye.
Okay, so we're sailing from Besaid Island to Kilika.
Boo.
Titus, stop in the perf.
Come to think of it, I haven't told you where we're going. First to Kilika Island. Then we change boats and head for Luca. For that though, Yuna's gotta pray at the temple. I'll be guarding. We'll be praying for the Aurochs' victory too, so you come along, yeah?
Great plan.
Hey, it is a great plan.
Don't look at me.
Alright, let's see. Alright, let's see. Testing. 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 Okay. Right.
We'll be praying for the Aurochs' victory too, so you come along, yeah?
You'll be praying for the Aurochs' victory.
I don't know who you are or where you came from.
I don't know who you are or where you came from. And Kamari doesn't say anything. So much for that. Right, so apparently there's like 4 rooms somewhere. Alright, so this is the bridge. We'll arrive in Kilika before nightfall. Go on, take a nap or something. Oh, what a great day. The breeze must feel wonderful.
Oh, them's fascinating clothes you're wearing. Yeah! Filthy, filthy. These won't sell. All me name's not a waka. Don't look like you got much money, either. I've no business with you. Out of me way.
Who do you think you are?
Awaka the 23rd. Merchant extraordinaire.
Awaka the who?
Don't know me? Well, not many do. Not yet.
So I'm guessing he's like the new Stiltskin or something like that.
But someday, the name of Waka will be spoken all over Spira. Say, lad, you wouldn't have a bit of gill to lend?
Sure, why not? So I should donate money to this dude. I don't have 10,000 gil. I'll just give him 1,000 for now. $1,001. No sweat.
I guess it pays to ask, thank ye kindly, lad. Fine seed money for the O'aka merchant empire. Much obliged, lad. I'll be sure to pay ye back.
Yep, we should save it. Yes. Got a remedy? Eight, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. There we go. 20 potions. He seems real sick, yeah. I'm hiding over here because I'm gonna get sick too if I keep watching it. I've gotten sick. I think I'm gonna hurl.
I'm not at liberty to talk about our plan.
Restricted area. Our operation depends on this cargo.
Okay, so I can't read that poster now. See what's down here. Power room. Chocobos.
What the heck is that?
What the heck is what?
What is this place?
The power room, like it says on the door?
Yeah, but why the big birds?
What's so strange about chocobo power?
Chocobos? Those are chocobos?
What? You've never seen a chocobo? What kind of backwater island did you come from, anyway?
Miracles and oddities were starting to become daily routine on this trip.
Okay, now if there's no more disturbances, I can get back to this game. Now, this is why I prefer to play games. This is why I prefer to sit up all night playing games, because then I can do a lot because there's nobody like bothering me.
La 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 la.
Okay, I'm back. Again. It's annoying.
La 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 la. La 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 la.
Albeit Primer, Volume 3. L's or C's? Huh. Thank you. So there's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7 letters left. ABC. Okay. Huh? You want to use the binoculars? Sure. No way. Remember what you did last time? So I wanted to see if the clouds were moving. I suppose it's only in certain areas. I remember when this game came out, the developers were like, they were like really excited over showing the well, you know, with the clouds being able to move. They look kind of still. Can't tell if they're moving slowly or not moving at all.
We'll be praying for the Aurochs' victory too, so you come along, yeah?
I don't know who you are or where you came from.
Word is, that summoner's got noble blood.
I heard she's Lord Braska's daughter.
You don't say.
Lord Braska's daughter? So, is Yuna's father famous or something?
She's the daughter of High Summoner Braska. You saw his statue at the temple. Lord Braska defeated Sin 10 years ago. Yuna's the heir to a great legacy.
It's tough when your father's famous.
Huh?
Waka's a bit lacking in the imagination department.
Huh?
Thanks, Lulu. I'll keep that in mind.
Oh yeah, you talked to Yuna yet? She had some questions for you.
If you interfere with Yuna's pilgrimage, we won't take it lightly.
Okay. Oh, where's that girl? Hey, can you believe this? Let's roll for it. So what or no by? 13, no by. You could at least pretend to listen. It makes me so mad. I'm not going inside anymore. I'm so tired of practicing passes. I want to do some shooting too. Victory will be ours. Victory, victory. Yaha. Arg. We're taking home that cup no matter what.
Lord Braska's daughter? She just might have a chance.
We'll get her to Kilika, we will.
She does have a name, you know. Yuna.
Lady Yuna.
Well then, we pray for Lady Yuna's safe passage. We'll get her to Kilika, we will.
You don't say!
Should I practice kick passes too? Yeah. Okay, I'll pretend I'm kicking with my hands.
The wind. It's nice. You're a blitzball player, aren't you? From Xanarkin, right?
You hear that from Waka?
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Waka. Waka doesn't believe me at all.
But I believe you.
Huh?
I've heard in Xanarkin, there is a great stadium, all lit up, even at night.
Huh?
Great blitzball tournaments are held there, and the stands are always full.
How do you know that?
A man named Jack told me. He was my father's guardian.
Checked. My father. His name is Jecht.
Amazing! You know, our meeting like this must be the blessing of Yevon.
Sounds like him, but it can't be him.
Why not?
My old man, he died. 10 years ago, off the coast of Xanarkin.
I'm sorry.
He went out to sea for training one day, and never came back. And no one's seen him since then.
Why, that's the day that Jecht came to Spira.
But...
It's true, I first met Jecht 10 years and 3 months ago. I remember that was the day my father left. The date fits, doesn't it?
Yeah, but how would he get here?
You're here? Are you not?
What do you think you're doing? Stick a harpoon in him and we'll all get dragged under.
Sin is going for Kilika. We gotta distract it. Our families are in Kilika. Forgive us, Lady Summoner.
Wait! Oh boy!
Are there? What? We hit the fin first?
Fighting at a distance. Regular sword attacks cannot hit targets at a distance, such as Sin's fin. Attack these enemies using magic or Waka's blitzball attack.
When Sin attacked Xanarkand that day, I woke up in Spira. I kept hoping it would work in reverse, too.
I will defeat Sin. I must defeat Sin.
I was just fooling myself. Maybe it was that day, on the sea, under the burning sun. I started to give up hope. I was in a foreign world. I wasn't going home. This was my new reality, and I was stuck in it for good.
Greetings. I am the summoner Yuna. I have come from the temple in Besaid.
Oh, Milady Summoner!
If there is no other summoner here, please allow me to perform the sending.
Thanks, BT.
Our loved ones. We feared they would become fiends.
Please, take me to them.
We'll go see what we can do to help in town.
Huh?
Okay, so I'll kind of so what I did there was I created a list with tallies. Basically, I'm going to treat the nodes as levels, because there are no levels in this in this version of Final Fantasy. I will be you know. But whenever I play Final Fantasy, I always try to equip the weakest characters. So because there's no levels really in this, the nodes have kind of replaced the levels. So basically, the more nodes someone has used, basically, the nodes are the nodes that they have used up are basically their levels. So basically right now Tidus would be level 5, Waka would be level 3, Yuna level 3, Lulu and Kamari. Lulu is level 2, Kamari level 1, and then On and Riku 0. I'll have to check with them again when they rejoin. So yeah. So that means I will try and have Kamari, Lulu, and either Yuna and Waka in the party. Tidus, watch your step. It's not safe this way. The pub's closed. I don't think I can get through this without a drink. I don't care, just move out of the way. Whatever. Oh wait. Is there another place? Hey, you're live? Wait. What do you want? We're not open.
What's ascending? Are we going somewhere?
You truly are clueless. Are you sure it's just your memory that's the problem? The dead need guidance. Filled with grief over their own death, they refuse to face their fate. They yearn to live on and resent those still alive. You see, they envy the living. And in time, that envy turns to anger, even hate. Should these souls remain in Spira, they become fiends that prey on the living. Sad, isn't it? The sending takes them to the far plane, where they may rest in peace.
Summoners do this? It must be tough, being a summoner.
Yuna chose her own path. She knew from the beginning what it meant. All we can do is protect her along the way, until the end.
Until the end? What's the end?
Until she defeats sin.
Oh.
I hope I did okay.
You did very well. They've reached the far plane by now, but no tears next time.
I wished there would never be a next time. No more people being killed by sin. No more sendings for Yuna. Everyone stood there watching her. It was strange, and somehow horrifying. I never wanted to see it again.
I'm gonna be a blitzball when I grow up. You're gonna be a ball, not a player. Did you rest well? The others left some time ago. Well, good for them. This is my home, and no matter how bad it gets, I ain't moving.
Hey, you awake? Captain Walker's waiting for you.
Everything is in shambles. I don't know where to start. Our loved ones made it to the far plane with Lady Yuna's help. We are truly grateful for Yevon's blessing. I opened the store, but we can't serve anything because we don't have anything. Whoa, whoa, got another letter. Titus has achieved the rank of Albed Pakahan. I don't care if there isn't any food. I just want to stay here. I'm scared to even look out at the sea. I can feel it out there, can't you? All the food and drinks are at the bottom of the ocean. Sin took them all. Well, it's only one thing, isn't it? Can't be everywhere. Oh dear. I wanted to believe it was just a bad dream. That this was all a dream, and when I opened my eyes, everything would be back to normal. But when morning came, nothing had changed.
Huh? Whoa!
Yeah, I'm repairing this now, but it'll all be destroyed when Sin comes again. He destroys it, I fix it, and he destroys it. It's a never-ending cycle, I tell you. Then do not make the village near the water. Simple as that. Please excuse him. He's been affected by the toxin. So if he says anything offensive, don't take it too seriously. What are you looking at? I ain't on display here. Go away, man. Hey, Waka's waiting for you. Waka waka waka.
Ah, there you are. Be said Aurochs, huddle. On to the temple, where we pray for victory. Go! High Summoner O'Halloran used to live in the Kilika temple here. Yup. Lord O'Halloran was once a great blitzer, you know?
Waka. Praying for victories, oh good. But is this right?
Something wrong with enjoying blitzball?
Is this really the time?
This is the only time. The players fight with all their strength. The fans cheer for their favorite team. They forget pain, suffering. Only the game matters. That's why Blitz has been around for so long. At least that's what I think.
Whatever you say.
Let's play and win, right?
Right.
Temple's beyond the jungle there. Let's go. What's up?
Yuna's saying she wants you with us.
Huh?
I want to ask you to be my guardian.
You know what? There's no time for jokes, yeah? He may be a blitzball whiz kid, but up against fiends, he's a newbie.
Not a guardian, then. I just want him nearby.
What?
What? What do you mean?
It's just that... well...
We're all going to the temple anyway. Can't this wait till later?
I'm sorry. I shouldn't have...
There's nothing to be sorry about. I'm just not really sure what's going on.
My apologies.
Oh, formation. Well, I feel like Titus should always be in the party. So Kamari and Lulu.
Kimari, why don't you use Lancet on it?
What's a Lancet?
Normally, it's a skill that weakens enemies and heals the user. But when a Ronso uses it, that Ronso can sometimes learn Fiend's abilities.
Hey, sounds cool.
Right, so we're gonna have to look up all of the blue magic abilities now. Oh dear. Okay, Final Fantasy 10, Ranso, Bridge. Hanso Bridge. Okay, so I've got so I've already got jump and seed cannon. Self-destruct, which can be learned from bombs. Baron Ronso, grenade, and Ouroboros. Okay, so yeah, I had to go there a second. I'm back now. For frig's sake. yeah, I'm still typing up the list for the blue magic, which is now called Ronso Rage. So on the bestiary that I have of all the enemies and their locations, I'm putting in blue font the names of the blue magic abilities, the Ronso Rage abilities. So Doom. So I've done. I don't need to do jump and seed cannon because we've learned those. So I've done self-destruct, fire breath, stone breath, aqua breath, thrust kick, and bad breath. Now I'm on Doom. Next will be White Wind, then Mediguard and Nova. So Doom is learnt from Ghosts, Wraiths, and Byron Ronso. So it's Ghost done. Sometimes the enemies are in more than one location, so just going down through the list. So I'm looking for Ghost and Wraith. There we go. Ghost and Wraith. There's Byron Ronso. I think that's that one done. Okay, next is White Wind, learned from Yank Ronso, Dark Flan and Spirit. So Dark Flan and Spirit. Spirit. Oh, there's Spirit. White Wind. Wind, and from Yank Ronso, Dark Flan, Spirit. Okay, I think that's it. Right, next, Mighty Guard, learned from Byron Ronso, Behemoth and Behemoth King. Behemoths. there's Behemoth King inside Sin. Mighty Guard. That's definitely a good ability to have. Came in very handy in the last game. Okay, Behemoth King. It's done, and then we're looking for Behemoth. Byron Alonso. Behemoth. Okay, and then last is Nova, which is learned from Omega Weapon and Nemesis. Okay, there we go. That's them all. Finally. Whew. That took a while. Yep. I need to make sure that I get each of those abilities. Because, you know, I could pass areas and not realize that there's enemies there that I can learn blue magic abilities from. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. Save. And then next. See what this says. Something is written here. Let's see. D A B C F N C J C U E I. Right. So let me see. So one letter is already okay, so one letter is already translated, so that's C from L. Right, so I still don't know what the J is. I have a feeling that the J might be a Z, because Z is J. And before it was T is D and D is T. So L is C and M is L. H is N and N is R. So and then C is S. So, right, so D is, so let's try and do the first word there. So there's D, which is T, A is E, B is P, so that's T, E, P, T, E, P, S, W, what? Hold on a second. Right, I need to write that one down, so D, A, B, C, F, N, C, which translates to E, so T, E, P, and then S, W, R, and S. What? Doesn't make any sense. And then U is O, E is I, and I is U. So it's something C O I U. So whatever that says is like must be like a password or something.
Company, halt!
The fiend before us is Ochu, Lord of the Wood. We've had trouble with this one before. Remember, discretion is the better part of valor. The Ochu is no garden variety fiend. We could throw 100 crusaders at it and still lose.
Standing guard, sir.
Anyone thirsty?
Scout, what is that? Okay. Sir, on the way, sir. We Crusaders are training for the upcoming operation. Call on us if you see any sin spawn.
Best stop that. Waka's in charge of flyers, remember?
See ya!
You're not too bad.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Are you heading for Kilika Temple? Then just follow this trail. There are poisonous fiends in the forest. Be on your guard. I'd steer clear of Ochu, Lord of the Wood. It's a powerful fiend even we crusaders avoid.
Yuna! Aeon!
Just who do you think you are?
Oh yeah!
Good day, Guardians. Many fiends have been sighted in areas attacked by sin. Please be careful on your journey. Oh, hey. Can you hear me okay? Great. So, yeah, there's blue magic back again. So I had to create like a list of all the abilities and which enemies have them so I don't miss them. Yeah, so let's see what happened at the start of the game today. So I started at the beach in Besaid, where I left off yesterday. I followed Waka into Besaid town, or the village, and I had to pay respects to the summoner. So I went up to the temple and paid my respects, and well, Titus did, and then he returned to Waka and took a nap. Then he wondered where Waka went, and then we went to the temple. Apparently Waka's a guardian and there's other guardians inside. Titus just went right inside, which shocked people because Titus doesn't know about their customs. So he just went right in. Apparently the the summoner, there's a girl apparently that was inside, that was inside the trials, and she was training to become a summoner. She hadn't been out in she hasn't been seen and been outside of the trials in like a day, so people have been worried about her. So Titus, once Titus found out that the summoner's life could be in danger, he just decided to go right in and help them out. Yeah, Titus just barged in and went into the trials, and well, the summoner was okay. Yuna announced that she had passed and she's become an apprentice summoner now. So Yuna's two guardians that were with her, Lulu and Kamari, they were kind of... Kamari is a blue lion. He's a Ronso, that's his race, but he doesn't talk. And he uses the blue magic ability, which is now called Ronso Rage. Lulu is a black mage, and she was kind of upset with Waka. And then afterwards there was like a campfire at night. And Titus had spoken to Yuna, and Yuna believes that he's from Zanarkand. And apparently Yuna had met Jack 10 years ago, and apparently Titus's father is also called Jack, who disappeared 10 years ago, and Titus doesn't think it's the same person, but Yuna thinks it is. So apparently his father disappeared 10 years ago and then ended up in the future, like Titus did. But yeah. So yeah. Then yeah, Titus went with the group with Waka, Yuna, Lulu and Kamari. They went on a ship called the SS Leaky, and we sailed across the ocean and we got attacked by Sin. So we fought Sin for a bit, including the Sin spawn out on the waves, because it apparently was heading for the town of Kilika, the next island over. So we arrived at Kilika, and the part of the town was destroyed, and now I've passed through the... oh yeah, Yuna did her dance thing for those who died, so their souls could pass on to the far plane, and because if she didn't dance, then their souls wouldn't make it to the far plane, and they would end up becoming monsters. So now we're into the woods nearby, called Kilika Woods, and yeah, so we have to try and make it to that red triangle. So I think this is where we get the next summon, called Ifrit, the fire summon. Come to me, Ifrit. And yeah, so we've got Valve 4 as well, so the first summon. So yeah, I also I took the walkthrough out from my shelves, and I was reading it before I started. So yeah, it was I thought I'd read it to try and have get some sense about how the sphere grids work, because it seemed quite complicated. But yeah, I went over and decided to check all the abilities and stuff. So basically, and the characters don't level up anymore. Instead, in this one, there are these nodes. Every so often, when you defeat enemies, you get like an S level, and then you every time you get a number from the S level, you could use that to move around the board, and then you did use spheres when you're adjacent to. So this is where Titus is right now. So when Titus gets to here, you can use a sphere to unlock this one. So yeah, as I was reading through the spheres, I was reading out what each of the symbols meant. So I'll do it again. Hold on a second. I'll just put a pen where as a bookmark. I'll put it in the middle of the book so I don't lose the page I'm at. Kilika Woods. Right, so I'll go back to the sphere grid. Okay, so sphere grid symbols. Right, so where you say H is HP. So there's a H there. So these ones increase the character's health. Then there's ones like this with a sword. These ones increase strength. So HP, the ones that are H's for health points, you need to use power spheres to unlock them. you need power spheres for the strength nodes, and then these ones are with the shields are defense nodes. Use power spheres to unlock those. Then there are ones that say M. These are MP nodes. They increase your magic points. You spend mana spheres to unlock them. Then you've got a circle with an up arrow. There's no, not that one. Let's see, circle with an up arrow. Ah, there's one. So these ones are these ones increase magic, and they require a mana sphere to unlock. And then you have an up arrow inside a shield. This is magic defense. That you need to spend a mana sphere to unlock those as well. Then you have these ones. These symbols are agility nodes. They require speed spheres to unlock. Then you have accuracy. The ones with the targets here are accuracy nodes. They require speed spheres to unlock. And then you have these ones here. These are called evasion nodes, which also require speed spheres. Then you have ones with stars in them. Yep, like here. So these ones are luck nodes. They require fortune spheres to unlock. Then you have two swords clashing. There's one. These are skill nodes. So this teaches the ability extract speed. To unlock these, you need ability spheres. Then you have this logo is a special ability node. So those require ability spheres. So far we've got flee. Titus has flee and cheer. And then there's these ones, which are white magic nodes. They require ability spheres as well. And then you have one similar to that. See if I can find one. Yeah, there we go. So these ones are black magic nodes. They also require ability spheres. So this one is fire, and as you can see, so the dots around them let you know which characters have already unlocked those abilities. So several characters can unlock the same abilities eventually. So Titus can cast fire as well, and not just Lulu eventually. But there are some abilities that like only certain characters can have. Yeah. So then you got a whole bunch of ones that say L with a red number. So there's L1, L2, L3, and L4. So these are locks. So those ones require level. These ones require key spheres. So the this one is level 1, so it requires a level 1 key sphere, and then level 2 key sphere, level 3 key sphere, and level 4 key sphere. So Ultima is there somewhere. I think that's it there. So their Ultima is blocked by at least 3 level 4 key spheres. So eventually, Lulu will want to try and get over here and get Ultima, because it's the ultimate spell. And then last are a whole bunch of these, which are empty nodes. So right now I can't really do anything with them, but eventually I will get find nodes in the field or drop from enemies, and then I can use them. Actually, I think I can use them right now. There's Titus. So yeah, so I could select the empty node here and then use yeah, so there's one there, luck node. But so if I use this, the empty node will turn into a luck node. So it'll look like that after I use that luck sphere. But I do not have, so basically that will turn an empty node into a luck node, but I do not have a fortune sphere, so it would be a waste to spend it right now. So yeah, so because there's no levels, I thought, you know what, I'm going to create like a tally system, and that will act as like a level. So basically, each time a character unlocks a new node, that will I'll put a tally down, and that will keep track of how many nodes each character has. So the ones that have the least number of nodes are the ones that I will that I'll be using. Where do you get the spheres? Well, you can get them from treasure chests, but most of them are dropped by enemies. Okay, so I'll switch back to the page I was at. Yeah, it was really complicated, but thanks to my guide here, that I've had on the shelves there for like 20 years, you know, it came in handy again. I'm not really reading the walkthrough, because I'm using the walkthrough, but I'm not reading it really, because in each page there's a whole bunch of text telling you where to go and what to look out for and pick up whatever. But there's also like legends and maps on those pages too. So that's what I'm using. I'm looking at the maps rather than reading anything. So yeah, so the maps here are letting me know where all the items are. So you can also swap characters in the battle, in the middle of battle too. So that's cool. Oh dear. What? It's already 8:30. So I've got 30 minutes left. My goodness. Anyway, I can open the map up. I suppose I don't really need to open the map up since, yeah. I want to try fighting that monster. Okay. Lightning is weak against water. Damn. Okay, so there we got. So now see where it says 1 for Tidus and Lulu, so they can move 1 space on their sphere grids. So move to the M. Yes. Now I'll tell. There's only 2 this way, so next I'll tell Tidus to move to here and unlock this, and then he'll move back down this way and move around this way. So now that we're here, we can unlock this one because we're next to it. So use Power Sphere. There we go. Strength increased by 1. And I know you can switch between them with L1 and R1, but sometimes I like to just go exit out and then select the next character. So move to this one, and yes, and then use Mana Sphere, and there we go. Magic increased by 2. Oh, and I need to use the tally, so 1 for Tidus and 1 for Lulu. Yes, very nice. Right, so there's a big giant plant monster in the middle there. And these guys are all afraid of it, so I'm gonna try fighting it. They said we could throw like 100 guys at that thing and it still wouldn't do anything. So
You'd best stop that. Wakka's in charge of flyers, remember?
I could take care of those alone, huh? It's over.
there we go. So Tidus is, well, going by the nodes, nodes unlocked. So yeah, Tidus has 8 nodes unlocked. Then I've got Oran down, Riku, I'm not sure about them, so I'll have to wait till they join again. Waka has 4 now, Yuna has 3, Lulu has 6, and Kamari has 4. So that plant monster will definitely need Lulu for the elemental magic. Maybe we should have Yuna for a healer. And then Titus. Check this out. Here comes Valfor.
Please, fight with us!
Yeah, so this one here doesn't make any sense. So I think that this one might be part of a password or something. Because all the other words made sense, but then this one has spaces in it as well. So strange. If I hit it with melee attacks, it'll wake it up. But if I use magic, it won't. Uh-oh, it's awake. Oops, her health was already full. forgot I bought antidotes. Oh right, that. Oh yeah, so you can change equipment in battle. Alright, that's how he, when he falls asleep, he's healing. Alright, so when his health gets low, he falls asleep, so he can replenish health. So I need to make him not fall asleep. Yeah, Lulu's weapon is a Moogle. Or teddies. And he's dead. Ooh, MP sphere. Also, the purple ones allow you to put turn empty nodes into different abilities. That's cool.
A summoner and her guardians. Very impressive.
Sir, we should fight
Thank
too.
you.
We'll get our chance soon enough.
Young Crusaders, gather around. We'll beat sin in 2 knock rounds.
Whoop, whoop. And then, what else did we get? Oh yeah, MP sphere.
your best, kid. Wakka's counting on you.
Elixir. Thank you.
Hey! After the tournament, you should join the Crusaders. Hey!
Aid us.
Okay, so Wakka, Kamari, and Yuna. So this is the one where you can like swap out the main character. Oh, we're gonna need Lulu.
Now what?
You know, characters don't speak, at least, you know, communicate in other ways. It seems like Kamari just fights and guards and doesn't talk at all. Like, it's kind of dull, isn't it? So those elements are magical, so yeah, Lulu's perfect for those. Oh yes, that's right. On the ferry on the SS Leaky, Tatus saw someone using binoculars up on the deck, and he went and nicked them and was messing about with them. And guess what he did? First thing he did was use the binoculars on Lulu, and then yeah, he was like, I don't need to let you know where he was pointing them at, but yeah. And then he moved them up to her face, and she didn't look amused. And then, because she noticed him, and then yeah, she noticed him, Tatus ogling her. And then he was using them to look at Yuna, and yeah. Oh yeah, and then there was when he was having his nap, he was in Besaid, he was like dreaming about which girl wants to take him to Zanarkand. So apparently, yeah, he was like having this in his weird dream. He was like, Yuna and Riku were like, yeah, Yuna's like, hey, can you take me to Zanarkand? And then Riku was all like, hey, I thought you were going to take me to Zanarkand. And then his father showed up, jacked, and was all like, you with a woman? Don't make me laugh. Oh, there's the alarm. Damn it.
Oh, these stone steps have a history, you know. Yep, Lord O'Holland trained here at his peak.
A race, huh? Think you can beat me?
Yuna, if you would.
Oh yeah, he doesn't say anything. Kids. Oh. Silence attack. That'll come in handy against magical enemies. Damn it, I don't wanna... Don't want to turn the game off. But yeah, I want to watch that movie from yesterday that I should have watched yesterday before going to sleep. Yeah. Well, let's take a look at my guide here. So, so yeah, we're pretty much at Kilika Temple. So we've got Kilika Woods done. We're at the temple. Next will be the trials where we get Ifrit. And then we'll probably have to walk all the way back to the village entrance to get the next ferry over to the mainland on Luca. So the next ferry will take us to the city of Luca, where Titus and Waka will be doing a blitzball tournament. And then once we get to Luca, it begins the long walk. So we'll be walking from Luca all the way through the whole Pangaea continent. So we'll be walking through places from place to place, town to town, visiting each temple and doing the trials so that we can get more summons and so time flies. I didn't even realize hours going past there. And that there were several times where I had to leave because I kept getting interrupted. See, that's why I always liked streaming in the middle of the night, because everybody else is sleeping and there's nobody bothering me, and I don't have to answer phone calls and people aren't looking at me, and basically I can get more done over at night time. Plus, oh yeah, that's right. I need to go too, because I need to put the movie on, watch that before I go to sleep, and then I still need to make dinner. Yeah. I wasn't feeling hungry earlier. But yeah, I suppose I should go make dinner now that it's like 9 o'clock at night. Actually, you know what? It's been dark all day because it's been overcast and rain all day. So yeah, like in the afternoon at like 12 and 1, it was still dark, and yeah. That's what it's like normally here. Like normally, like back in the 20th century, it would have been like dark all day, every day, even in the summer. Yeah. Can mess with your sense of time, unless you're used to it. Okay, so yeah, didn't seem like I got much done, but yeah, so I've got Basia done, and then I got the ferry done on the SS Leaky, and then I got like most of Kilika here done. So tomorrow I will do the Kilika temple here with the trials and get effort, and then I'll get on the next ferry to Luca, and yeah, I'll probably get more done tomorrow. So I'm not sure if there'll be any wee ones in tomorrow after school, but yeah, I'll watch the movie, get a good rest, and then as soon as I'm ready tomorrow, I will stream until somebody comes in. Well, if nobody comes in, then I'll be streaming that whole day on tomorrow. But if somebody does come in, then I'll stream up until somebody comes in. Then once they go after 5, then I'll stream at that point up until 11. So yeah, that's me for now, but I'll be back on tomorrow at some point. So thanks for watching, and good night.